Good morning, everybody. Live from Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center. I'm Lucas Wiseman of USBC. We're getting ready to get started with the men's doubles event here at the PABCON Championships. 6 games to determine the medalists in this men's division. The women's division will be coming up this evening. Once again, we have some familiar faces in front of us. You can see Amleto Monticelli there from Venezuela. We've got the delegation from Mexico, Colombia, United States not too far away from us, Canada as well. So again, the PABCON Championships underway here at Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center as we are underway with our first game in the men's doubles event. You can find the results from the singles event on bowl.com/PABCON 2012. Morning to everybody who's checking in on our chat. Appreciate you joining us this morning. Hopefully things will be just as exciting as they were yesterday when we had both the men's and the women's singles come down to the 10th frame for the gold medal, and we were able to see it live here on Bowl TV. Bowling on the London pattern today, 44 feet. Not quite sure what we can expect as far as the scoring pace goes, but I have a feeling it will be a little bit lower than what we saw in the singles event yesterday. Got a look at Team USA's Steve Smith and John Janowitz. They're bowling together. There's Steve Smith. Looks like Bill O'Neill and Tommy Jones are bowling together, and Marshall Kent and Patrick Allen. Those are the 3 doubles pairings for Team USA here this morning. John Janowitz, who won the gold medal in the men's singles yesterday with a strike there in the 2nd frame after starting with an open. JJ came from behind to win the singles yesterday, down 76 pins going into the last game. John Janowitz started with the front 9, shot 278, and came from behind to take the gold medal. Marcelo Swartz of Brazil led going into the last game, but shot 181 and dropped to 3rd because Andre Force of Mexico shot 299 the last game to jump ahead of Marcelo as well. So it was a very exciting finish. We had live coverage of it last night for you here on Bowl TV, and if things are the same this morning and afternoon as they were yesterday, it will be a very, very exciting day. Here's Andres Gomez of Colombia. A lot of the U.S. bowlers will recognize Andres as making some of the PBA shows recently. He's a professional bowler from Colombia. Question in the chat, is Jason here? He just stepped out for breakfast, but he'll be back in a little bit. But yes, Jason is here this week, helping out with the live stream. Always nice to have an extra hand to help out with things. Also, Neil Stremmel's been sitting in and help us out with the commentary. So that is much appreciated as well. Allows me to get on the mobile headset and mobile microphone and do some reports from the lanes. Which reminds me, you need to charge the headset, get that going, and that way we're set up and ready to go for later on this morning. So we appreciate everybody tuning in. Hey, if you're watching right now, if you look right below the video, there's a like button. Click it, because somebody disliked our live stream, and that's not cool. So right now there's like a red line, but we want to turn that green. So click like right below the video. Help us out. Oh, you got three of them. Three of you like it, so that's great. Keep on clicking. Click that like button. While you're at it, there's a subscribe button that's just above the video. Click that as well, and that will make it so you get email alerts when we upload a new video. We upload coaching tips, all kinds of stuff here on our YouTube channel, and you definitely want to keep up to date with what's going on here on Bowl TV. A lot of good content that is posted. 38 likes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Much appreciated. That was pretty quick. Somebody disliked it, though, so if you don't like our broadcast, then perhaps you can find something else to watch. But we hope you'll stick around, because yesterday was very, very exciting, especially in the later stages of the day. Anybody in the chat, were you watching yesterday for the men's or women's singles? Because it was good stuff. I always like to have a live stream where things are very competitive like that, and when it's very close down the stretch, it's always nice to have some compelling action to bring you here on Bowl TV. So another way you guys can help us out, I know we got a lot of dedicated Bowl TV viewers out there. You can help us out by, again, right below the video, there's a share button. If you click on that, all you have to do is click on your Facebook, Twitter, or Google Plus link. There's little icons there. And spread the word about our broadcast today. That'll help out. The more viewers we get, the better. At 300 early on here this morning, which is nice to see. Steve Smith, Team USA, up on the left lane. Steve spare strike to get things started off today. kind of juggling a few different hats here this morning. We've got the local Fox TV station that's going to be coming out at 9 o'clock to do a report on the tournament. So they were just checking in with me to make sure I was going to be available to help them out. I said, as long as Jason gets back from breakfast in time, I'll help him out. But they're going to be talking to Stephanie Nation and Deandra Asbady coming up at the top of the hour. So that'll be good stuff. Always like to get some local TV stations out here to cover the tournament. So Steve Smith, spare double to start things off. John Janowitz, open, strike, spare, spare. So a little bit slower scoring pace for Janowitz so far. And I see him down there talking to the Team USA coaches, Rod Ross and Kim Terrell-Kearney, trying to figure out what's going on out there for him. Here is Steve Superman Smith, and another strike for Steven. Check in with Amuleto Monticelli on the left lane there, number 196 for this tournament. Again, the U.S. pairings as we watch Amuleto Bowl, John Janowitz and Steve Smith, Bill O'Neill and Tommy Jones, Marshall Kent and Patrick Allen. And Alex wants to know who the leaders are. We don't have any leaders yet. This is just the first game. They got started, I think, about 10 minutes late or so, but things are moving along here this morning. Look at Janowitz. Just doesn't look very good early on here for JJ. So he leaves a split in the fifth. Playing very far inside. The ball really didn't hook very much from this perspective. Not a lot of big scores out there here in this opening game. Don't see very many strings of strikes like we saw yesterday on the Stockholm pattern in the first game. Scores were astronomical the first game yesterday, and I see a few folks who are stringing a few strikes, but it's not widespread like it was yesterday at this time. Steve Smith working on a three-bagger. Steve loves to play that part of the lane, I think, and he's showing it right now. Spare four-bagger for Steve. SB wants to know if he wanted to try out for a Mexican team. Where would he go and when? No idea. You have to ask one of the Mexican bowlers. I think all of the contact information for each federation is on the WTBA website, which is world10pinbowling.com. So you might check that out. Again, men's double happening right now. The women's doubles will be coming up at approximately 1 p.m. Pacific time. That's about 4 p.m. Eastern. Yesterday we started late, kind of the same schedule as today. With yesterday was singles, today doubles, but hopefully things will not run late today. Steve Smith patiently waiting to step up and go, see if he can get another strike. So Steve finally ready to go. Again, men's doubles competition underway. Steve Smith gets that one wide and leaves the 210. Take a look over at lanes 51 and 52. Richard Leon from Venezuela, the doubles partner of Amleto Monticelli. And he gets the strike. Someone asked in the chat the lineup for the Team USA doubles. Yeah, it's John Janowitz and Steve Smith, Bill O'Neill, Tommy Jones, and Marshall Kent and Patrick Allen. I'm not sure what the girls' lineup is for this afternoon. They'll be coming up at 1 o'clock, though, Pacific time. You can see Amleto getting ready to step up on the left lane. Take a look at Amleto. He's well, he doesn't have a whole lot going this game. I see nothing but spares on the board for him through the 6th frame, and this is the 7th. There we go. Amleto just needed a little live stream loving to get going, I guess. So he gets a strike. 115 in the 6th for Monticelli. One of the top bowlers in Mexico, Alejandro Cruz, up now on the right lane. Alejandro is teamed up with another Mexican great, Daniel Falcone. Those guys have been bowling for Mexico for a long time and have had a lot of success over the years. can see Steve Smith left a 10-pin in the 7th. Official website for the PABCON Championships is bowl.com/PABCON 2012. If you'd like to find more information about the event, you can also find the singles results from yesterday there, and that'll give you an idea of the players who are competing here this week. Question in our chat: How does USA select a team for this tournament? Well, the first key is you have to be a member of Team USA, and then all the members of Team USA have a training camp, a week-long training camp, and after that the coaches then select who bowls in what event. Now, the exception to that is the Kubica AMF World Cup, which will be in Poland later this year. The winner of the Team USA trials gets to go to the World Cup, and John Janowitz not happy with that. After doubling, he leaves a split. So Marshall Kent and Danielle McEwen will be going to the World Cup later on this year. They won the Team USA trials back in January this year, next year's Team USA trials will be January 2nd through the 8th right here at Sunset Station. And if you'd like to enter, you can find information on bowl.com/Team USA trials. Again, bowl.com/Team USA trials. They do have registration open now. For that event. It's a great event, and it's very challenging. They've extended the format for the Team USA trials to make it an extra day longer of qualifying, and there'll be a stepladder finals that will be broadcast live here on Bowl TV. Should be pretty exciting, and we would certainly welcome you to come out and compete. Flip over to Andres Gomez. Andres working on 3 in a row. Leaves a 9-pin. We are just in the closing stages of the opening game here at the PABCON Championships. And 6 games here in the men's doubles event to crown our champions. And again, for those of you, I see you talking in the chat about who's eligible for this tournament. It is, PABCON is the Pan American Bowling Confederation, basically the American zone. So the countries that are eligible for this tournament are from Central, North, South America, Caribbean, basically the Western Hemisphere. And I believe that there are 27 eligible countries in PABCON, and we have 18 countries represented. So that's a pretty good number. Oh, look at that. Kevin looks like he almost fell over the line there. How about that? Glad he didn't Didn't lose his balance. Steve Smith up on the left lane for Team USA. He's bowling pretty good so far. He can max out this game at 246 if he strikes out in the 10th. But unfortunately, John Janowitz only 129 in the 8th frame and a strike in the 9th. So the singles gold medalist struggling here on this pattern. Well, let's see if John Janowitz can get his stuff together here. 10th frame, he's working on a strike. He can max out at 189. That would be a good save for this game considering how he is bowled. And he comes up light, leaves the 2-pin, so the best case scenario now for John Janowitz is 169. Kevin Villandrea of Venezuela, only 139. It's a big struggle for him here in game 1. Haven't seen many two-handers in the tournament. I think there's one. Alex wants to know if we're going to have any guests. Yeah, we did a few interviews yesterday, and I think we will probably do some today as well. Once we get settled in and Jason gets back on board here, we should be able to talk to a few folks this morning. Maybe see if we can ask some of the Team USA women to step in and chat with us. Assuming they're hanging around. The Colombians are going to put up a pretty good first game score here. Manuel Otalora with 211, and Andres Gomez, who you can see there in the on the left lane, he can shoot He can shoot 258 this game. By the way, Amleto Monticelli, who is off to the left of the pair we're showing right now, only going to shoot 213 with a strike on the fill. By the way, thanks to the folks out there who liked the video. Got up to 59 likes and 2 dislikes, so thank you very much. If you didn't do it yet, there's a like button right below the video. Just click it. Like our live stream. It's 418 people watching, only 59 of you like it. That's kind of a low number, but appreciate the support. So since Andres is just going to throw a fill ball, he's already in the 250s. We'll flip back over and take a look at Steve Smith for the 10th frame here. He's got a chance to shoot 246 if we punch out. Now he's going to be at 224 if he picks this up and strikes on the fill. If you'd like to keep up with USBC on social media, you can do so by following us on Twitter at USBC. Twitter.com/USBC. You want to follow me on Twitter? Why not? I post some good stuff sometimes. Sometimes I'll post some behind-the-scenes videos or photos from events. You can follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman. At Lucas_Wiseman. We're also on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC1. Find me on Facebook at facebook.com/LucasUSBC. That's my business page. I also have a personal page that I allow subscribers on, and that is facebook.com/LRWiseman. Had the opportunity to meet one of our Bowl TV viewers this morning at breakfast. One of the bowlers from Panama stopped me, said that she enjoys watching the broadcast. Always nice to meet some of the folks out there who tune in over the course of our events. So if you're ever at one of our events and we're here, please be sure to stop by and say hi. Steve Smith, 224, so 391 for Janowitz and Smith to start things off. Bill O'Neill, 256. Tommy Jones, 170. They shoot 426 here in game one. Marshall Kent, 228. Patrick Allen, 198. So they're at 426 as well. So we are now between games, and we should be getting started with game two in just a moment. Hopefully we'll have some updates on the standings in just a little bit, so hang tight. Back with you in just a minute.
We're getting ready to start game number 2 here of the doubles competition. Jason Overstreet stepping in for a moment as Lucas Wiseman steps out for other duties he needs to attend to. Thanks for joining us here on Bowl TV live from Las Vegas, the PABCON Championships. If you haven't already, we invite you to subscribe to Bowl TV. It's a free subscription just on our YouTube channel. Gives you an alert whenever there is a new video that's been uploaded. Those of you that are enjoying watching the PABCON Championships will certainly want to take advantage of that. It'll let you know when one of our broadcasts has been uploaded and is available to watch on demand. Also, whenever Matt Lawson from Bowl TV, who's putting together recaps throughout the week, has finished one of his highlight videos, and that is available. So just once again, once you're looking at that YouTube channel with the big Bowl TV up top, there's a subscribe button on there. Just punch subscribe and you'll be glad you did. More than 7,000 people have done so already. As we take a look at some of the new countries rotating in front of our cameras, Mark Buffa and Team Canada, along with Costa Rica. Additional members of the Canadian delegation sharing the lanes with Argentina. And then it's going to be Ecuador and Argentina. Panama, along with a couple of Team USA bowlers, Marshall Kent and Patrick Allen. If you're looking for results, please regularly check back in on bowl.com. You'll notice on the front page there are some links to the results section, and as soon as all the totals from each of the games as we progress are complete, those will be uploaded for you to view. Another look at Bill O'Neill. There's George Lambert, Team Canada. His teammate right next door, Mark Buffa. Waits his turn. A bit of trouble there on that shot. On down to the low side, Marshall Kent. Youngster who has had quite a year. Led Team USA to the gold in the World Youth Championships. Collegiate Player of the Year. Unhappy with that shot, but Marshall getting some good experience here at the PABCON Championships, and Coach Rod Ross feeling like he can contribute to Team USA's effort to bring home the gold. Back over for a glimpse at Argentina and Ecuador. be bringing you coverage here throughout the week of the PABCON Championships. So be sure to join the more than 100,000 other folks that have liked USBC on Facebook so you know whenever we're going live. See Bill O'Neill there. Bit high. From our broadcast position, we can't see the scores of where Team USA is right now. The players from Argentina and Ecuador are the ones right in front of us, so we have remote cameras at different areas. So we can show you what's going on, but scoring monitors are not available, so please be patient with us on that. Team Panama sharing the pairs with Team USA. So if you're just joining us, this is the men's doubles competition. We are early on, just game number 2. So far too early for any clear trends to take shape in terms of leaders or anyone being certainly locked in or out. We're bowling on the 43-foot London pattern today. We appreciate having everyone with us from, I know, many corners of the globe. I'm Jason Overstreet, Lucas Wiseman with us from time to time, and we'll have other guests as well. Take a look at Patrick Allen. Patrick and Marshall bowling together. So the young righty who's just going to be a sophomore in college with the veteran left-hander. See how that combination works out for Team USA. Always interesting speculating and trying to get inside the heads of the coaches of reasoning for their various pairings, but certainly O'Neill and Jones, a pair that be hoping to bring home hardware for Team USA. Then again, if you're the coach, you're of course trying to put all 3 of your options in the position to be able to have a good shot. Back to Marshall Kent. Next door to Bill O'Neill.
Jason, it looks like Tommy Jones is off to a pretty good start this game. He's 3 for 3. John Janowitz, after shooting 167, has started with 3 in a row as well.
All right, Lucas is back with us, and Lucas is taking advantage of our wireless equipment, so he is able to go down and to the area where Team USA is bowling and give us a little bit of an update on the scores so we can see what's going on. See Tommy Jones just stepping up now in the left lane. See if that streak continues.
Yeah, looked pretty good. It's 4 in a row. He shot 170 the first game, so a little bit of a rough go of it for Tommy Jones in game 1. But trying to make up some ground here. Bill O'Neill shot 256 the first game and has gone double spare strike. So if those guys can really get something going in this game, they can make up for that 170 that Tommy had. Again, this is doubles, so very important for both players to get in sync together. I think we probably should have a score update coming pretty soon. The first game usually takes the longest to get scores ready, but I see Steven working on them down here, so it shouldn't be long. Trying to walk through and see if I see any big scores from the first game. Virgin Islands plus 23, Dominican Republic plus 24. Got another Dominican Republic team at plus 57 after the first game. All 3 U.S. teams are plus. Actually, sorry, 2 of the 3 are plus. Kenton Allen and O'Neill and Jones both shot plus 26 the first game, and Janowitz and Smith were minus 4. Amleto's doubles pairing at plus 18. Scores really low first game. Got Alejandro Reina and Alberto Lozano of Costa Rica at plus 72 the first game. So that's the highest that I've seen so far. Dan McClellan and Mike Schmidt of Canada at plus 25. Patrick Gerard of Canada shot 277. Unfortunately, Mark Buffa only shot 170, so they are at plus 47.
Have that pair on camera right now.
The other Canadian duo at plus 21. So the Canadians off to a decent start as all 3 doubles teams are plus.
See what Tommy Jones does, and then we'll get back to take a look at Buffa. Strike for Jones.
Rodriguez and Perez for Puerto Rico plus 24. Otalora and Gomez for Colombia at plus 69 for Colombia. One of the Puerto Rican pairings at plus 30. So I think the highest I've seen is Costa Rica at plus 72 and Colombia at plus 69 is what I'm seeing so far here, just walking the settee area, looking at scores on the scoreboards. Still waiting for the official scores to come in, though. That's just unofficial, just by walking along and taking a look at all the plus minuses on the board, assuming they're all right, which they should be. Haven't seen any issues with the scoring system here this morning. Kind of digging this, Jason. It's like live streaming cardio. Walking back and forth across the 72-lane center. Tommy still has the front five. I know you mentioned he struck. He's got the front five, and Bill O'Neill has gone double, spare, double. So that Team USA pairing is bowling good so far this game.
Lucas, as we take a look at Bill O'Neill up, have a guest joining us. Team USA member Stephanie Nation.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Stephanie.
So, Steph, how do you assess things so far? I know that you'll be bowling doubles later today. Had Shannon Pluhowski take home some hardware in the singles yesterday. It certainly is a center that you're pretty familiar with.
We're off to a pretty good start. Obviously, like you just said, Shannon took silver and JJ took gold. So we're happy with that. Have some work to do today. We're on the long pattern, so a little bit of a different game plan and probably some surface changes to our bowling balls. So we'll see what the day brings and go from there.
See Tommy Jones getting his ball in hand and see if he can make it the front six.
Steph, what are your thoughts on how you guys got started with the tournament yesterday in the singles event? Obviously, Shannon Pluhowski with a silver. You guys satisfied with how it went yesterday, or did you gain some useful information that'll help you throughout the rest of the week?
I think overall we did gain quite a bit of knowledge. You know, we didn't necessarily finish as well as we probably all wanted to, but moving forward, we certainly have a better idea with some different equipment choices as far as when the lanes break down.
Is it a big benefit to be in a center that you're familiar with? I mean, you've probably bowled half a dozen events here in the last couple of years versus going overseas to a more unfamiliar environment. In some ways, it's kind of exciting to be on the road, and maybe that can help certain players focus more. Others do well with the familiarity. How do you think that is an impact for you and the rest of the team?
Well, it certainly doesn't hurt that we've all been here before, numerous times. So we definitely are acclimated to the center itself. It's just a matter of, lane conditions and whatever the days bring as the week goes on. But for the most part, I don't think any of us are terribly upset when we get told we have to come to Vegas. So we usually welcome it.
We're visiting with Stephanie Nation, Team USA member who will be competing in the doubles portion of the women's event later today. Right now you're watching game number 2 of the men's competition. If you're not familiar with the format, it is 6 games. Total pinfall determines the medals. A little different from the World Championships where there's a top 4 who advance to head-to-head. That is not the case here at the PABCON Championships. So it makes every shot critically important. Does that change things the way that you approach it out on the lane, Steph, this format being different than what we have at the Worlds?
I don't think so. I think the game plan's always the same, just to get out there and bowl really well and do the best that we can. I think it's fun that there's the different formats out there. So we're looking forward to this afternoon, and hopefully our guys can get something going this morning and give us some momentum for our squad.
Well, Tommy Jones certainly has some momentum going as he's struck again, now front 6.
So, Steph, you did a TV interview this morning with the Fox affiliate here in town. Did they ask you anything exciting?
They asked me if Team USA was going to win, and I said I sure hope so. But
Good answer.
I can't guarantee anything, obviously, but we prepare really hard all year, and we're just going to do our best when the time comes.
Never want to give bulletin board material, huh?
What's that?
Don't want to give bulletin board material or be talking trash on TV, huh?
That's right. I'd rather not talk about it. Let's just make it happen.
Well, it's good to see the mainstream media out here with interest in this event. That's, it's one of the things that certainly we're trying to do, is to gather more attention for international bowling. I think that's one of the components of eventually having a decent shot at Olympic inclusion, is showing that there is interest in the mainstream and what happens, and so that's good to see, and glad they picked you to talk to.
Yeah, it's always fun when you get the local media out here and get them involved, you know. I mean, even as big as this event is, I'm sure there's still some people in the area that have no clue what's going on, so maybe we can get some locals out here and come support the home country.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword of all the bowling events that are here in Las Vegas. Vegas is a terrific bowling area. The PBA World Series has been here for several years, and USBC hosts several major events here. The downside is that it's not much of a novelty that folks get to see some of the best players on a regular basis, so that can make it harder to come out and fill the stands.
And I think it's, just maybe lack of education. They don't really comprehend exactly what this is, with the North, Central, and South American countries, the cream of the crop from each of their countries. It's a lot of fun.
I see someone in the chat is saying that they'll be coming on Thursday to cheer on Team USA. Well, we hope that anyone who's in the Las Vegas area will come down and visit Strike Zone here.
Jason Lane 51, George Lambert front 7.
I just saw Tommy Jones just struck again. And we'll go over to take a look at George. Thanks for the heads up, Lucas. You have a better view of the scoring monitors than I do, but we'll.
Steph, it seemed like the scores were really high, at least for the guys the first game, and that didn't happen yesterday. That didn't happen today, and now they're starting to go up a little bit. Does that surprise you, or do you kind of expect that once this pattern gets broken down a little bit more, that it might open up?
I personally anticipated the scores for the men to be pretty high on the longer pattern, just because, in my opinion anyway, that's kind of their A game. They like to play the lanes a little farther left than the ladies. But we'll see how they transition.
Yeah, I think 72 over was the high for the after one game for the across the house. Yeah, I went through and checked. There was a 72 by Costa Rica and a 69 by Puerto Rico. So that's
it'll be interesting.
69 by Colombia. Sorry.
I mean, obviously, like we saw for singles yesterday, it literally came down to the last shot.
Yeah, both events came down to the 10th frame.
So that's what's really exciting about this. You're always at the edge of your seat. You just really don't know.
Couple of good strings going in front of our cameras this time with Tommy Jones and George Lambert, Canada.
And I think, Steph, you would agree that with the 6-game format, it's pretty short. And an example of that yesterday was, I think Deandra missed a medal by 70 or 80 pins. And she had one game right in front of us where she was going 270 pace and then went open in the 9th and the 10th through two splits. And I think that's an example of how 2 frames out of 6 games really kept her out of medal contention. So you don't have a lot of room for error in this format.
It's a sprint. You blink and then you're over.
Well, George has the front 8 now, George Lambert from Canada. He's about to be up on 52, Jason. And, of course, we're keeping an eye on Tommy Jones. I don't know if he's gone yet.
He is not, like but he's up next.
Looks like he's about to go. And O'Neill and Jones are really putting together a huge game because Tommy, of course, has the front 7. Bill O'Neill, double spare, and has not missed since. So 5 in a row for Bill O'Neill as well. So between the two of them, they've thrown 14 out of 15 strikes this game. And they were plus 26 after the first game.
Right.
Lambert will go first, and he carries over quickly to Jones, who's already on the approach.
Looks good.
Oh,
10-pin messenger, yes.
Yeah, there we go.
That was a heart stopper right there. It didn't look like it was going to get there.
It was slow motion.
front 8 for TJ. Is it front 9 for Lambert now?
Yes.
So we have some drama here in terms of perfect game potential in front of us here for game number
Almost
2.
had one yesterday. 299 by Mexico, I believe it was.
Correct. George Lambert competing for Team Canada. He is also a staff member at USBC, one of the regional managers in the association group. So everybody, a lot of folks around the country that are familiar with George. It's fun to get to see him doing well.
And what's exciting about this format is just anything can happen. You know, there's 4 more games, and just pair to pair as the day goes on and the transition hits you.
Bill O'Neill up in the 9th, and he just left a 9-pin in the pocket to end his string of strikes. Matt Lawson's down here doing video, and I said, hey, George Lambert's got the front 9. He said, well, what about Tommy Jones? He's got the front 8. So Matt's only got one camera. He's like, which one do I pick? I said, well, George is going to finish first. So
Yep.
put those sprinting shoes on. You can make it back down to Tommy to get the 10 if Tommy gets there. We did not have a 300 yesterday. We were close. Andre Forrest from Mexico, 299, left a 10-pin on the last shot. That was as close as we got.
Got him into medal contention.
It did. It moved him up to the silver. Tommy should be up in just a minute here. He should be next.
Steph, question in the chat about who the pairings are for doubles. Who all is bowling together later today?
For the girls, it would be myself and Josie Ernest, Deandra and Leanne, Shannon and Liz. They kept it simple and paired us up with our roommates. Can't really go wrong with any pairings, so we certainly will do our best. It appears my mother is watching, so hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Tommy's up. Let's see if he can make it the front 9. Yep. Another good-looking shot from TJ. So he's at the front 9 now, and
He's redeeming himself from last game.
yeah, he didn't do too
I think he
good
shot
first game.
170.
Yeah.
But that's just how it can go, you know, pair to pair, or maybe you just see the look a little better. You never know.
As we wait, so 2 front 9s that we have in our featured pairs. George Lambert of Canada, Tommy Jones of Team USA. Chance to see if we'll have an opportunity to witness our first 300.
I like our chances. I think we'll get one of them.
They've both been right on it.
George is down here smiling, laughing. His teammates keeping him nice and loose.
I think that's always key.
Yeah, it's important.
Stay in the moment.
But I mean, I'm sure George has bowled so many 300s that he probably doesn't get nervous anymore. But I guess there's still probably a little bit of nerves in
I think so.
an atmosphere like this, right?
Yeah, not every time you have a camera behind you, that's for sure.
That's right. And a guy with a microphone and headphones, right? probably not even paying attention to us.
Yeah, be careful, Lucas. You might scare him.
Yeah, exactly. So here's George Lambert, front 9 for Canada. Looks in. Yeah, he pulled it.
Oh.
Looks
Got
like
lucky.
Looks like he's throwing a gumball down the lane. I don't know what that ball is.
It
but
looks like a house ball.
yeah.
No, I believe it's it looks like some sort of deviate ball by the colors, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not one that I'm familiar with. Jason, is Bill up yet?
Tommy is not up yet. Bill is up.
Yeah, Bill's still bowling the
Yes.
10th. Now's a good time to click the share button right below the video and let everybody know on Facebook and Twitter. We got a chance for perfection here on Bowl TV. Here's Lambert, front 10. Oh, and the 10 pin ends the run. And so now Lawson and I will head quickly down to Tommy Jones to see if he can seal the deal. So we're 0 for 1. Bill O'Neill strikes out in the 10th for 257, so 256, 257 so far today for Bill O'Neill.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's a great start. Anytime you go more than 100 over for the first two, it's looking pretty good.
Pretty good shape.
Lucas, if you can tell Matt, he's kind of setting up right where he's going to obstruct everybody's view.
Okay.
I don't know if he can do to the right side of the ball return instead.
He's going to try to adjust a little bit.
Or pull back.
Is that better?
I think that'll work.
It'll work.
Okay. Everybody wants the shot here.
Yep. No, that's fine.
As long as we can see the ball going down the lane. Here's Tommy, front 9. Looks a little in, but goes
Oh,
high flush.
wow.
Yeah.
I'm clapping from the booth.
So they got a chance to shoot 557 this game. That would be pretty awesome.
That would be huge.
Yeah, that's a lot in this short format. If you can pop a game that big, that'll go a long way. And certainly Tommy makes up for that 170 he bowled the first game. Even if he threw it in the gutter on his next two shots, he'd still be 100 pins better than the first game.
We're going to go on a limb, Lucas, and say he's not going to do that.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. If he does that, I'm buying dinner. Marshall Kent 215 and Patrick Allen Patrick Allen 194 for Patrick Allen. JJ and Steve Smith still have 3 frames to go, but here's Tommy Jones with the front 10. Trying to turn it into 11. It's right. Oh, he just got it too far right, and it never hooked back into the pocket. Left the 2-pin. Well, I guess Steph will have to rely on you to shoot a 300 this afternoon for us.
Hey, I hope so.
So close.
And I'm not talking about for 2 games.
Oh,
Oh,
that was a low blow, Lucas. I'm leaving now.
No, don't do that. We like
Going to
having
eat
you.
breakfast.
Oh.
It was a pleasure, everybody.
Well,
I know not to insult her ever again.
Yes, I would like to apologize on behalf of Lucas. Please don't let that stop you from coming back to visit us again, Steph. But Stephanie Nation, thank you so much for stopping by and sharing your thoughts on things here at the PABCON Championships with the Bowl TV audience. And, of course, you'll be able to see Steph make a run at a medal later today. So be sure to tune back in this afternoon.
Yes. Bye, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Bye, Steph. Enjoy your breakfast.
So that was Stephanie Nation. As Steph mentioned, she'll be bowling with Josie Ernest today for Team USA. Deandra Asbady and Leanne Holsenberg, another pair, and Shannon Pluhowski and Liz Johnson. So certainly some exciting action still yet to come, and we've had some great stuff here today. A couple of long strings, close to 300s. We're glad you're a part of the action with us here on Bowl TV. If you haven't done so already, please make sure that you like USBC on Facebook for highlights and up-to-date notifications of when we have broadcast going on. Also want to encourage you, if you're on our Bowl TV channel right now, to click on those tabs up at the top. We have a link back to bowl.com, the USBC Sports Store, and also mybowlingvacation.com. Mybowlingvacation.com offers terrific discounts to host cities for hotel, car rental, and air travel, major bowling events. A lot of terrific deals specifically to Reno if you're bowling the Open or Women's Championship anytime in the near future. But all host cities have various partners as well. mybowlingvacation.com. Check that site before you check the rest, and it'll save you a few dollars.
Just to update you on Marshall, Kent, and Patrick Allen. They sit at plus 35 after 2 games. O'Neill and Jones, they are at plus 172. So that's a big score for O'Neill and Jones after 2 games, considering they were only 26 over. They go 146 over in game number 2. Janowitz and Smith still have a frame and a half to go. I think they're one of the last pairs to finish. I think they had a little bit of a breakdown in that game.
You can see Steve tossing the ball off in the distance, but and there's Janowitz. A little outside of the range of where our cameras can show you what the pins are doing.
JJ with a strike.
So there we go. Just can see it now off to the right.
JJ's max score 236. Steve Smith, I think he can shoot, let's say 268. And a light mixer for JJ. Our singles gold medalist yesterday. Puts him in the 230s, and we'll put him into the plus column on the day after shooting 167 the first game.
Yeah, if you missed it yesterday, Janowitz made a huge run in the 6th and final game.
Fill ball gets 6 on the fill for 232. So actually, I lied. He didn't get the plus because he's going to be -1 now with that fill ball. But they can go pretty close to 100 over this game if Steve Smith strikes out.
Some action getting started now. First frame here in front of us on our featured pairs. On the high end, where we have Aruba and Puerto Rico.
Steve left a 10 pin on his first shot in the 10th, so now that drops his max score to 247. Made the spare, so they're going to be at about 80 over or so for the game. It's not a bad game for Steve and JJ. once everybody finishes this game, I'll walk through and see if I can take a peek at the standings again, assuming that everything moves as it should, and it looks like it is. So things seem to be working well so far from a scoring standpoint, knock on wood, this morning. Pretty safe bet that O'Neill and Jones are in the lead, though, after 2 games. Don't forget the singles medal ceremony going to be coming up after this men's doubles event. It was supposed to be last night, but pushed back till today during our lunch break. So that'll be coming up at around 11:30 Pacific time this morning, about 2:30 Eastern time, approximately, of course. It may be a little bit later than that. It could be closer to 12. It looks like everybody has flipped into game 3 now. So I'm going to walk down to the high end and double back and see if we can figure out who is scoring well early on here in the doubles event. And one of the Costa Rica teams at plus 31. Alejandro Reina from Costa Rica is whacking them today. He's plus 125 by himself. Alberto Lozano at plus 7, so they are plus 132. So Alejandro Reina with 266 last game after, I think, shooting 270 the first game. Actually, I think he had 250 the first game. Could shoot 800 for the first 3. He's got a double to start this game. So Lozano and Reina at plus 132 for Costa Rica after 2. Got Hernandez and Colon from Puerto Rico at plus 38. Rodriguez and Perez from Puerto Rico at plus 80. Canada plus 99. That's George Lambert's team, so most of that came in the 288 game. Gerard and Buffa from Canada at plus 43. Dominican Republic, Javier plus 65 and his partner at plus 43, so they're 108 over after 2. One of the other Dominican teams, Richard Leon, they are plus 71 after 2. Janowitz and Smith at plus 70 after 2 games. Of course, Tommy Jones and Bill O'Neill plus 172 easily the leaders by about 40 pins or so. Kent and Allen at plus 35. Gomez and Otalora from Colombia at plus 142. So it looks like they are probably second. Looks like it's USA, Colombia, Costa Rica, 1, 2, 3 after 2 games. Falcone and Cruz from Mexico, they are plus 72. So just based on me walking the settee here, it looks like USA in first, Colombia in second, and Costa Rica in third after 2 games. Still waiting on the scores to come in. I'm gonna go check in on that, see what I can find out.
We head down to the featured pairs on the lower end. Check out some of the other competitors. Dominican Republic. Perhaps for some of you, seeing Team USA in competition might inspire you to give it a try to be part of international play. Team USA trials will take place here at Sunset Station Strike Zone in January. That's a great event. We've seen it grow over the years, and certainly invite anyone who's interested to take a look. Visit bowl.com for more information. Bowl.com, click on tournaments, will give you all the details on a wide range of USBC events. USBC Open Championships and Women's Championships still have some prime spots available for next year. Majestic in the chat says that he or she will be bowling Team USA trials in January. Can't wait. We look forward to seeing you out here. Please say hi to Lucas, who will be on hand to provide Bowl TV coverage. Sunset Station, a terrific place to spend some time, be part of the competition. I know a lot of people also extend their stay just to enjoy Las Vegas and all that there is to offer here. Hope there are many of you in the chat that will end up visiting us as well in Reno at the Open and Women's Championships. Have both those events in the same city, so a chance to go and check out some great casinos. If you haven't been to Reno recently, it's really had a great rejuvenation and redevelopment. Some new restaurants down by the river, brew pubs, gorgeous areas to hang out that you might not see if you've just only hung around the bowling stadium. And it's within easy walking distance of El Dorado, Circus, and Silver Legacy, so you can stay at one of those terrific hotels and have access to all those casinos and shows, and then you're just a couple of blocks away from the river. Reno is really a great place to visit and go bowl, so we really encourage everyone, if you don't have a team, put one together or check out the subboard portion of bowl.com and join us at the USBC Open and Women's Championships next year. Here at the PABCON Championships, we are in game number 3 of the men's doubles. Women's competition will follow later today. Front 5, I believe, for Reina there for Costa Rica.
Yeah, he's going at a pretty blistering pace. He can shoot 800 at this rate. He's at 125 over for the first 2 games, and so that means he needs 275 to shoot 800. So he's a room to, you know, have a spare thrown in here somewhere and still get there. And there aren't a lot of guys who are whacking him, that's for sure. Bill O'Neill is one of them, but Alejandro Reina he is tops in the center as far as individual goes right now, and that's a dangerous pairing because Alberto Lozano is also a very good player, and if one of them gets hot, the other one might feed off that. Looks like that's what might be happening. They could be in medal contention for sure, and there's second place, or third place I should say, after 2 games, and certainly they are bowling well here in this third game.
Want to recognize Debbie in the chat, who says that she's bringing 2 teams to the Women's Championships and 4 teams to the Open Championships next year. Debbie, we look forward to seeing you in Reno. Also, keep an eye out. We're going to have some new announcements about VIP packages that are available for Open and Women's Championships competitors. Be some things that might be attractive for those that are wanting a little bit more of an upgraded experience when coming to the event. So we're glad to have you a part of things and wish you well at the events, and hope you do well at the tables. Visit our sponsor hotels out there, the Silver Legacy, Circus, and El Dorado. Do be sure to check out some of those restaurants down by the river. It's really fun.
Well, they just handed me the standings, and it is pretty much what I said when I was walking around. So I guess my my reconnaissance work turned out to be correct. O'Neill and Jones in the lead at 972. Otalora and Gomez of Colombia second at 942. And Lozano and Reina in third from Costa Rica at 932. Javier and Sebelen from the Dominican at 908 are in fourth. Lassard and Lambert at 899 in fifth. And they are working to get that on bowl.com. And hopefully within the next 5 minutes, I'm told it should be there. So it looks like Alejandro, while I was talking to Neil, got the spare, ended his string of strikes, so he's going to have to pretty much strike out to get the 800. But certainly still possible. There's John Perez from Puerto Rico. He bowled the PABCON Champion of Champions in Florida earlier this year and did rather well. He's a former pro bowler. He bowled on the PBA Tour way back when. Here is Reina Look at that. That's a good-looking shot right there. Costa Rica came to play today. I mean, these are their two best players. It's their two veterans. They're more established players. The other guys, two of the other guys on the team, pretty young, still trying to get better and better.
Well, Lucas, we've often talked about maybe in retirement of going to find a country that we could get dual citizenship to compete and be a part of this, and had tossed out Costa Rica, and I'm afraid it's clear we're not anywhere near good enough to be able to compete for.
You know, you laugh, but I actually looked into that, and you know, Americans can't hold dual citizenship. You have to renounce your U.S. citizenship if you want to.
Oh.
Unless you have a family reason to be able to have a dual citizenship. So if I want to go bowl for another country, I got to renounce my U.S. citizenship and hope that they'll take me. But I'm afraid I'd get stuck in no man's land and nobody would want me.
Oh,
Isn't that disappointing?
No, yeah, that sort of ruins the fun.
Ruins the dream.
Fun thought, yeah. We always thought, you know, maybe there might be room for someone at, you know, some small country somewhere that doesn't have a bowling team yet.
Or maybe just go to Honduras and we can start a national team. You know, I don't really have one down there. I think Belize, they don't have a national team. That's a good country. I've been there too.
Nice place to spend some time.
Yeah. But we do have a pretty impressive number of countries here this week. 18 of the 27 PABCON countries are here, and that's a pretty high percentage for PABCON. But there are a few that are missing that we usually see, and unfortunately not able to be here, the Bahamas and Chile. Another country that we sometimes see, Peru. They are not here as well, so it could have been even more, but it's unfortunate that some of them weren't able to make it.
Well, we do have representation from many of the countries. So it has been a great showing overall.
Kind of looking over the standings they gave me. That 546 by O'Neill and Jones is the high game today by quite a bit. Looks like second high game is 479. So the high game by 67 pins. That's pretty outrageous. I'll have to look on my cheat sheet and see where Team USA finishes today. I went through and wrote down where each Team USA pairing finishes up. Not sure if I kept it or not. Knowing me, I probably tossed it. Either that or Jason tossed it. It was sitting up here yesterday when we left, and maybe you did you get rid of those papers that were here?
No, I don't know.
Wonder what happened to them. Oh well.
We were not here when last I removed my gear.
I think that they might finish right in front of us, pretty close, maybe off to our right a little bit. Rainia's up on 55, and he must strike pretty much the rest of the way to get to 800 for 3. And he gets another one.
Well, as we've been talking about different countries, we're always curious to see where our viewers are watching from on Bowl TV. If you're logged into the YouTube chat, tell us what country you're watching from. We always are curious to know. Just a quick survey. Shout out your country. We'll do our best to also try and show the players from countries that we have viewers watching from. And realize that while we are with the USBC, that we want to take care of all of our friends around the world. Argentina, Dominican Republic, Mexico,
USA. I think that Alejandro is going to get the 800. That's my feeling. I wonder how he bowled in the singles event yesterday.
A couple of Costa Ricas. Bermuda.
Alejandro finished 36th. He's got to have it.
9th frame.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He is dialed. He loves long patterns because he likes to kind of wheel on it a little bit, and he is just eating this up today.
Yeah, he looks really good.
Yeah, he was in 36th place after the singles event. He shot plus 49 yesterday. So he had a pretty good showing, and certainly will have an opportunity to make a big move up the all events standings after today if he keeps up this pace. I mean, he's outscoring the field by a lot right now. I mean, O'Neill and Rainier are the two that are really whacking him from an individual perspective so far. And Alejandro's going to need a double in 7 in the 10th frame to shoot 800. Which I don't know, Jason, if that is considered a milestone score in the rest of the world. I would guess that it probably is. It is in the United States because if you bowl an 800 series in a USBC certified competition, you get an award. But so it's a bit of a milestone for us. I would guess that it's a milestone for those in the rest of the world as well. Because it's so hard to accomplish, especially on sport bowling type conditions. These WTBA patterns are very difficult. From a scoring standpoint, they're not like what we sometimes see in bowling centers here in the U.S. where it's easy to get strikes. It's a little more challenging. Someone watching from Taiwan, if you mentioned that.
Nice to have our friends over in that part of the world. Keeping an eye on
Alberto
those.
Lozano up for Costa Rica. These are the ones that have the best chance so far in front of us, and he has that one get away from him. So his max this game, 202. So he can shoot 202, and Alejandro can shoot 278. So that'd be plus 80 for the game, and that would put them at plus 212.
Well, and overall pin total for the event does matter. I mean, of course, there's the all events, but also the top 16 advanced to the Masters match play portion on Saturday. So while the scores are very important for medal contention here in the doubles event, obviously, there is more at stake. That's when Lucas mentioned is taking a reference at where Reina was overall. It's an important thing that these bowlers will keep an eye on where they are relative to that top 16 cut throughout the competition.
Like Costa Ricans are having a little chat down there. That's good, though. You like to see that. We see that with Team USA, and it's good to see the teams having a little communication. It's important, especially in an event where you rely on your teammate for half your score. You know, you need to help them, and obviously Alejandro has got it going on today, and has some big scores, so he's trying to give his teammate a little bit of that knowledge as well.
Well, it should go without saying, but it plays a big role in how doubles teams are paired by coaches of the various teams. Not only eventually who has the chance to have the best combined score total, but also which players can read off each other and communicate well and try and minimize getting caught off guard and maximize helping each other adjust.
Here's the fill ball for Lozano. Strikes for 202. That'll put him at plus 9 on the day.
Another thing that's helpful too when you have players that have bowled together quite a bit. They know what to look for in each other's games.
by the way, I want to remind everybody, if you are watching Bowl TV on your computer and you got to hit the road and you want to watch it on your iPhone or your iPad, you can do so. Go to open Safari, go to m.youtube.com/bowltv. Pretty easy. m.youtube.com/bowltv, and you can watch it on your phone. Actually, I was watching yesterday while I was eating breakfast, and you were doing a live stream. I was listening to you and Neil while I was eating my breakfast.
Oh. Did you need some caffeine in order to keep you up, or were we okay?
I was all right. Let's see if Alejandro can get the double in 7 here in the 10th for the 800 series. Got
Very
another one.
nice.
Ah, he's just on fire. In fuego today. It's my lame attempt at Spanish.
It is fun watching these top-level bowlers when they really get in a groove. They make it look so easy, and
makes you jealous.
it is. On this pattern, it is not easy.
Estoy un poquito celoso. I said I'm a little jealous.
Oh,
Look at that. See?
very good.
How about that? Folks in the chat, let me know if my Spanish was any good on that. I think I was right. So he needs a strike and 7 for the 800. Oh, that's way left. Yeah, he didn't get it. He left the 369.10. That's going to cost him the 800, but it's still, I mean, he's off to an amazing start. He's going to be at, let's see here. If he gets the spare, he'll be at 264, I believe. And that would put him at 789.
Yeah, you can see a little grin he had on his face. I think he
tugged the
knew that
tar out of it.
But I think he wanted that to be able to have the 800. It's fun to be able to say that you did. Kind of like the 300 scores out here, and as you mentioned, that virtually all of these players have many honor scores in their career, but something extra fun, extra special about doing it at a major international competition.
See, Jason, speaking Spanish has already garnered me an invitation to do the Mexican National Championships next year. Unfortunately, my Spanish is not that good.
Wow, that would be, I'd tune in for that.
Yeah. I always say that I understand Spanish better than I can speak it. And I was talking to Karen Marcano from Venezuela about that, because she says that my Spanish is better than her English, and I said, you're crazy. And I said, my problem is that my brain knows some of the words, but I can't process it fast enough. And she said, I have the same problem with English. The words are there, but you just can't get it.
I think it's always very hard if you don't grow up with the second language or third language, and then if you are not spending a significant amount of time in an environment where it's being spoken every day, it's hard to make that crossover.
Majestic wants to know how to get my attention. And it comes down on Thursday. Bring me coffee, donuts, cookies, or what? Well, I don't really. I like cookies a lot, but I'm not allowed to eat them right now because I'm on a diet. But Jason loves coffee. You could bring Jason a Starbucks, I guess, right?
We need not bring gifts. Just a simple hello and that you've enjoyed the broadcast is the gift that we're looking for.
That's right. And we're behind 53 and 54, so you can just come by and wave to us, say hi.
Actually, that's kind of the truth. That's the one thing we just take a lot of enjoyment out of, is being able to bring this to everyone. You know, it wasn't that long ago that events like this were only seen by the few folks that happened to be in the area where it took place. But you know, the emergence of technology and the help of USBC membership and USBC staff making this a priority, that now we're able to share the competition and the excitement with our friends around the world, the rest of our PABCON countries. And so it's really a labor of love. We're glad to do it.
We were tearing stuff down last night from our live stream, and the league was coming into bowl here at Sunset Station, and one of the gentlemen came up to me. He said, "Hey, I saw you on TV today." And I said, "You did?" I said, "I was watching Bowl TV. You were interviewing the woman who won the singles." I said, "Oh, thanks for watching." So it's nice to see one of our viewers here at the bowling center.
Well, we have some.
Jason got fooled. He thought we had some standings, but it's
thought
singles.
we had scores.
We're still waiting on this.
I saw scores come through on my scroller, and I thought, all right, we've got. Oh, it's singles.
They are on bowl.com. It looks like after one game. So after one game, they are on bowl.com.
Well, if you're enjoying this live streaming action, we have good news. There's more ahead. Of course, this week we'll be on the air every day until the conclusion on Saturday, but ahead during the collegiate season, Bowl TV will have extensive coverage of college action, some NCAA events, as well as Tier 1 USBC events. You can find at all times a complete schedule of what's coming up on Bowl TV on the home page of our website, bowl.com. Also, we'll have the Senior Queens in October live from the International Training and Research Center, which is the training home for Team USA in Arlington, Texas. If you are a senior woman bowler, we'd love to have you join us. It's going to be a terrific event, chance to compete front to end on the ITRC lanes. Have Bowl TV coverage as well. Got the Hall of Fame right there. It's really going to be a terrific event. So find more on that by going to bowl.com, click on tournaments and Senior Queens. Wrapping up game number 3 here, 3 of 6 in the men's doubles portion of the competition. 6 games total, and it's total pinfall that determines the medal winners. Question from Whitewater, coach, about which events we'll be streaming. Presume that you're writing from up in Wisconsin. Glad to have you watching. I bet it's beautiful up there right now. Haven't checked the weather, but love Wisconsin this time of year. Schedule's planned to be fairly similar to what we did last year. It's somewhat tentative, but hasn't been announced yet. But I'll let you know that looking to do the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic the first part of the year, then the 2 events here in the Las Vegas area, Carlson and the Shootout, also an NCAA event in Huntsville, the Cat Clash. Hope to be able to make it to the Kutztown event, the NCAA event, which I believe is in December. I'm trying to recall off the top of my head, but I believe that's the case. Hoosier Classic in February. And then the NAIA championships, and of course the intercollegiate team and singles championships. Might add an additional NCAA event to the schedule depending on if our staffing allows. So that is the tentative plan. Always subject to change, though, depending on what happens with our staff availability. But we look forward to getting started with the collegiate coverage and seeing what kind of storylines unfold en route to the intercollegiate team and singles championships. Really had a great time last year in Lincoln, Nebraska. The opportunity to put both of those events on national television, on the CBS Sports Network. Collegiate bowling really something to showcase. I've often found that collegiate bowling is a great feeder for, of course, the Pro Tour, but Team USA as well. First frame of Game 4 going here on some of our cameras as we see Panama and Uruguay. For those of you in the United States, league season is about to get started. And as you return to leagues this year, we hope that everybody who's watching is a league bowler. If not, it's time to get back and get started for the fall. But when you go to bowl league, make sure that it is USBC certified competition. If bowling in uncertified leagues is really something that we would like to see everybody in USBC leagues. That membership allows for Bowl TV to be possible. It supports USBC Collegiate, as we talked about, supports the testing and research that takes place, rules and integrity portion of the game. There's an awful lot that takes place thanks to USBC members. So when your league starts, please be sure to insist on USBC certification.
Jason, I'm down here by Team USA. Marshall and Patrick plus 133.
Okay, you're a little bit far away, Lucas, but it sounds like you said that Marshall Kent and Patrick Allen plus 133.
Yep, that's correct. Bill O'Neill and Tommy Jones at plus 225. John Janowitz, Steve Smith at plus 115. Sorry, 105. 105. Nope, make it 115. My eyes are failing me. So right now looks like plus 225 is the high score. That's O'Neill and Jones. Walk through and see if we can find anybody else even close to that. I'm seeing quite a few plus scores, but nothing outrageous. Let's see, Lambert, Massard at plus 158. Dominican Republic, Javier and Sebelan at plus 158. think I must have missed the Colombians. I have to go back through and see if I can find them. Of course, Lozano and Rania are at plus 198. They are the closest, it looks like, that I've seen so far to O'Neill and Jones. Again, O'Neill and Jones at 225 over. These guys at 198. So that's very close. I'm going to go back down to the low end, see if I can find Colombia. Because Gomez and Urtalora were bowling pretty well. Jason made some folks asking about the two-hander. He's on 49 now. I think he's the only one that I've seen. We were talking about that yesterday with Neil. Not too many two-handers here this week. Found Colombia and Andres Gomez at plus 144. Manuel Urtalora at plus 70. They're plus 214. So it looks like Colombia is right there with the USA. So USA, Colombia, and Costa Rica are the three near the top so far at the halfway point.
Yes, Neil just brought over some updated scores, Lucas. So
how was my reporting? Did I get it pretty close?
I think you've got it. Lambert and Lassard for Canada in fourth. Javier and Sabilian in fifth, Kenton Allen in sixth, Leon and Monicelli in seventh.
And it looks like we will have some of the Team USA players on our featured pairs for the last couple of games. It should be pretty close to us, I think.
Janowitz and Smith in ninth, so they're still in the hunt. I don't know if you want to come over and
I'm on my way.
take a look. So you can probably go through them better than I can while trying to switch cameras at the same time.
Let's take a look here. Yep, O'Neill and Jones at 1425, so plus 225. Urtalora and Gomez of Colombia, plus 214, so an 11-pin difference there. Lozano and Rania at plus 198. They're from Costa Rica. Lassard and Lambert from Canada in fourth place, plus 158. Javier and Sevilan of Dominican at plus 156. Marshall Kent, Patrick Allen in sixth place at plus 133. So you got a couple of, about three teams that have started to pull away a little bit. There's a 40-pin gap between third and fourth, but still three more games to go. And that would be relatively easy to overcome. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is live coverage of the PABCON Adult Championships, live from Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center in suburban Las Vegas. Lucas Wiseman, Jason Overstreet with you here for this men's doubles event. About halfway through the block, and the women will be coming up this afternoon. There's a medal ceremony that is scheduled for the break for the singles event. I think it'll probably be in about an hour and a half, if I had to guess.
Lucas, I understand that the gentleman that was going to do the announcement of the medal ceremony is unavailable, so it will be either you or me. So I guess we'll have to flip a coin.
Oh boy.
Unless we can get Mr. Lawson to do it, but I think he's going to have to be recording it.
Well, I think we can work something out. I'm trying to think all the people who won the medals yesterday, if there's any hard names to pronounce, because that would help me decide
Discourage you from
if the TC names help
nice.
do it.
1 minute you're bragging about how good your Spanish is. The next minute you're.
Well, let's see. On the women's side, we got Marcano, Pulhowski, and Gomez, so that's easy. And on the guys' side, we have Janowitz, Force, and
Schwartz.
Marcelo Schwartz. So those are pretty easy. I can do it. Yeah, I can do that. That's no problem. I'd probably screw it up somehow, but.
Any idea what the status is of the external input here?
It's a no-go.
Not functioning?
Nope. Being worked on. I know they're working to get the standings ready, and as soon as they do, we'll let you know when they're updated on the website. So I think Team USA is at the end of the field on the low end right now. So that means they should make the turn after this game. And that means that we should have Bill O'Neill and Tom.
Lucas's microphone just cut out mid-sentence. Just saw Linda Barnes in the chat. Linda mentioning that she says the volume is low today. We can boost it up if need be. So stand by, everyone. And let me know if this improves. May have the volume up a little bit louder now. Sometimes it's hard for us to tell the volume setting that works best for everyone back at home. But if that's an improvement, let us know. If not, I don't want it to be too high, what we consider over-modulated, and have our voices end up sounding distorted, but perhaps that will be better now. All right, glad to have an improvement. That's appreciate the feedback. Sometimes we're not totally sure what it sounds like for folks coming back on their computers. So thanks for letting us know, and glad we were able to make it better. We try. Linda says you can always turn us down. Well, that's true. check in on lanes 35 and 36 with Marcelo Schwartz. See, Marcelo had a terrific run yesterday, taking home the bronze in the singles.
I got some batteries, Jason. Back up and running. Looks like Tommy Jones is struggling this game, only 53 in the fourth. Bill O'Neill's got a three-bagger to hold him up. Looks like things are not going well for the Colombians, Otalora and Gomez. 82 in the fifth for Otalora, and Gomez just left a 2.810 in the fifth. Open frame, and he is sitting at 87 in the fifth frame, so they are having a bad game down here. So it seems like the guys at the top are starting to come back a little bit toward the field, moving the wrong direction. Go down and check and see how Costa Rica is doing this game. It looks like they have cooled off a little bit too. Alejandro Reina, after shooting 789 the first three games, only has 73 in the fifth. A couple opens this game and a spare in the sixth.
So Lucas, what do you think is going on?
Could be transition. That's what it's looking like. None of the teams that are the top three teams made a flip from the low end to the high end. So after that last game, so I think they're just experiencing some transition here, and that's what's going on, and that means that's good news for the teams that were behind them in the standings, because the top three had kind of established a little bit of a lead, and now they're coming back towards the rest of the field, and that just means we could be in store for another exciting finish to an event here, which of course we love here on Bowl TV, to have exciting finishes, and it sure seems like we might be shaping up for another one here.
Yesterday we were very fortunate that it happened, that the players who were in contention and shuffling for various spots in the medal race were within view of our camera, and so we were able to keep everybody up to speed. It was a very exciting finish, so we'll see if we end up being lucky enough to have a repeat performance today. Although I suppose representing the United States, we should be hoping for runaway United States victories, but you know what? We can't help but want there to be a little bit of drama for the Bowl TV audience, and consider ourselves to be somewhat objective journalists for this Bowl TV broadcast.
Yeah, from an American citizen standpoint, always nice to see the U.S. win, but from a health of the sport of bowling standpoint, it's good to see some of the other countries win as well. It always helps because a lot of the funding for these countries is based on how many medals they win.
So when other countries win other than the United States, it increases the funding for bowling.
Yeah, for some of them.
In some cases more important for other countries than it is for the United States. So it's
because the U.S., our funding will be the same no matter what, whether we win all the gold medals or don't win any. But for other countries, it's a big deal.
Well, and in all seriousness, it's part of USBC's strategy to look to elevate the level of play and competition for other nations, particularly those in our zone. And so when you see teams that have come to the International Training and Research Center in Arlington and then come out and perform well, that's good for everyone. It's cliche, but the rising tide lifts all ships, but something to it. Also on a personal level, it end up being that there are so many of these countries that everyone becomes friends over time and gets to know one another or have competed against each other in college or major championships, and so a lot of really good camaraderie out here as well, regardless of who wins.
Looking at the way things are going to shape up down the stretch here, it looks like 2 of the 3 teams that are at the top of the standings will be within range of our cameras for the final game, because I think that Otalora and Gomez are moving toward us, and so they should be pretty close to us for the last game, and also O'Neill and Jones should be right in front of us for game 6 as well. We're finishing up game 4 right now, so about 2 games and 3 frames to go in the men's doubles. I think that medal ceremony will probably start around noon or so. That's 3 p.m. Eastern for the singles medal ceremony. So the women's doubles will be coming up this afternoon. I'd estimate probably about 30 minutes late. And tomorrow is the trios event. We get underway at 9 a.m. local time here in Las Vegas. That's noon Eastern time, about an hour later than we got started yesterday and today. And all of the men and women will be bowling at the same time for the trios event tomorrow. So it'll be 6 games. The left lane will be conditioned with the long pattern. The right lane will have the short pattern. So it will be a very challenging day for the players in the trios event. 6 games with dual lane conditions tomorrow. Then coming up on Thursday and Friday will be the team event. The first 3 games on Thursday, the final 3 games on Friday. I believe that Thursday they will bowl on the short pattern. Friday they'll bowl on the long pattern. And Saturday, of course, will be the Masters round robin competition. We'll have all of it for you here on Bowl TV. Head down to the low end and see if I can get an update on Colombia in the U.S. It looks like Costa Rica still struggling down there on the high end.
Which is a surprising change considering how dominant they looked while in front of us on the featured pair just a game ago. But as Lucas mentioned, transition can happen and conditions change quickly. That is a big part of the reason that sport patterns, these WTBA patterns, are so difficult. Also speaks to why it is critical that when they are in the phase of being higher scoring, it is critical to take advantage. We saw yesterday, too, that making the move from the high to the low end could have an impact. And Marcelo Schwartz of Brazil, who you've been watching on one of our featured pair this game, was in a zone and appeared to be in command to take home the gold, and flipped from the low end to the high end and found the conditions to be much more challenging. John Janowicz of the United States took advantage of the opening, bowling a huge game, stringing 9 strikes together to catapult his way into the top spot. Have some great opportunities for international bowlers on the women's side that are interested in being a part of the USBC Queens next year. That event is going to be taking place here at Sunset Station right after the World Championships. So next year, combined World Championships will be here in Las Vegas. USBC Queens right after that. There'll be some special incentives out there for international players who want to be a part of it. If you're not familiar with the USBC Queens, one of the majors on the women's side, an event with a tremendous amount of tradition and a unique format.
Jason, I'm down here behind Gomez and Otalora, and not going too well for them. They've got a frame and a half to go. Their max score is only plus 29 or 28 this game. And Gomez is on the approach right now. Let's see what he does. He's working on a double. And he just missed right and left a 2-8. So now their max score is, just a very small plus, about +6. Still working my way down to the low end to see Team USA. May cut out here for a second, though. Got Tommy Jones with 120 in the 8th, a spare in the 9th, so not going well for him, but Bill O'Neill 208 in the 8th and a spare in the 9th. He just left a single pin in the 10th, so he'll be in the 240s. Marshall Kent 223 and Patrick Allen 268, so they have made a big move here, it looks like, this game. And that puts them at plus 224. So they are going to be in the mix going into the final couple of games.
So you somewhat answered my question, Lucas. I was going to ask you if anybody was putting up big scores, because it sounds like from what you described, all of the leaders were really falling off their pace, and I'm not seeing any big scores, here where I am behind the control center, but that's, only looking at about 10 lanes.
Well, the other Team USA pairing of Janowicz and Smith is putting up a big score as well. John Janowicz 246. Steve Smith, he just got the first one in the 10th and can strike out for 258. So they are trying to claw their way into this thing as well. This is going to be a real tight race with 2 games to go, I think, when we see the new standings come out.
Yeah, it sounds like there is going to be a real log jam with as many as 10, and certainly from what you've described, at least 6 very close to the top.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of teams that are right there with 2 games to go, and it's going to be a real sprint to the finish with just a couple of games left.
As we saw yesterday, you'll find a small group that might pull away from the pack, but it's going to make for an exciting finish, but it's also going to make for a very challenging situation in terms of the bowlers and for those of us watching on Bowl TV to know exactly who is in the lead and exactly how many pins are needed. Again, if you're not familiar with the format, it is just a 6-game total pinfall, and that is it. There is no additional head-to-head play, no step ladder, no brackets. 6 games and that's it. So it can often be that just whomever happens to be on the slower pair for whatever reason is the one who ends up either knowingly or unknowingly in a pressure situation with a medal hanging in the balance. And Luke is trying desperately to figure out how to add it all up and see where everyone stands. So it should be an exciting finish. Everyone, we encourage you to go on to Facebook and Twitter and share the fact that this is going on. Notice on top of your screen, we just added the hashtag PABCON, pound PABCON, and tweet that the men's doubles is headed towards a dramatic conclusion. And certainly go on Facebook and let everybody know. The time to flip over is coming now. I expect we're going to have some high drama here at the Strike Zone Sunset Station.
High drama in the high desert.
That's right.
Starting to sound like Mike J up there, Jason. Go down and check on Costa Rica, see how they're finishing up here.
Lucas talking about Mike J lane side, our friends over at the PBA. Mike J spent a lot of time on Extra Frame, a terrific service. If you're not an Extra Frame subscriber, I certainly encourage everyone to look into it. It's terrific content that PBA has been putting over there on Extra Frame. Getting bigger and bigger every year, and I know this next season they'll have even more fantastic exclusive events.
Costa Rica went -21 this game, so they gave back some pins.
PBA World Series here in Las Vegas. Extra Frame with tremendous coverage of that as well.
Team USA making the move from the low end to the high end for this next game.
Well, Lucas, I'm looking at our Facebook page and we don't have any shares. How can that be? Folks, I need you to go over to our Facebook page, USBC Facebook page. The most recent status update is the live streaming alert for people to tune into the PABCON Championships. We need some shares. Nobody has shared anything yet, and that's just unbelievable. We got to have more people watching. So there are more than 600 of you out there watching on Bull TV. We hope that you are all fans of USBC on Facebook. It's facebook.com/USBC1. If you're not a fan, you should go ahead and do so, and please go and share that most recent status update for us. Let's try and boost these numbers. We frequently end up with 1,000 folks watching when it gets to be exciting in our Bull TV events, and there's no reason we shouldn't be able to hit that number with high level of outstanding international competition that we've got going on, and tight race that's ahead here for the gold medal in the men's doubles. Linda says, easy to do with Twitter too. Let's help get bowling some more views. Thanks, Linda Barnes, longtime Team USA member. Husband Chris will be competing in the World Singles Championships later this year. So feel free to tweet and let folks know that Team USA is in the hunt, but getting some serious competition. Colombia, Costa Rica, among others.
You can also click the share button right below the video you're watching. It's an easy way to get the word out. That'll send people directly to our live streaming.
Correct. You've got the got the like button and the dislike button and then the share.
Yeah, just ignore the dislike button. We don't
have
like that.
76 likes and 3 dislikes, Lucas,
no.
and I blame you for
No,
those
no,
3.
we have more than that. Hit refresh. You'll get the update. Because I was encouraging people to hit the like because we had nothing but dislikes when we first got started when I took over for you this morning.
It's 100 to 4. You're
There
right.
you go. See there? I was encouraging people to click that like button, and they did. And I also told them while they're at it, click the subscribe button right above the video. So got some more subscribers this morning. Looks like they're getting ready to get started with the 5th game down here. Marshall Kent and Patrick Allen, they are plus 224. And they're getting ready to fire up for game 5.
Well, thanks to Terrence Payne, who shared our status on Facebook. Says it's free, it's Team USA. You got it.
Thanks, Terrence.
Thanks to Sean Ochner, W-O-C-H-N-E-R. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate that you guys listening and help share the word, spread the word. Someone says they disliked it when you scared away Stephanie.
Oh, boo.
Stephanie Nation was on as a guest earlier today. We'll see Steph before long. Got some of the players here on our featured pairs in front of us getting started in Game 5. Dominican Republic, along with the Virgin Islands.
I think you've got, Dominican Republic, Brazil. It should be in your site there, Jason.
Correct. Some players from Brazil moving in.
And I think for Game 6, we'll have Colombia and the United States.
Not sure who we will have on our low-end featured pair.
Maybe Colombia. Although Colombia maybe just a little bit, I think Colombia actually is in between. Might be Mexico actually down there. You see the green shirts of the Mexican team. John Janowitz and Steve Smith are at plus 204. O'Neill and Jones at plus 239. Tommy Jones only shot 167 last game, so.
Mexico and El Salvador on the low-end featured pair this time. So
all 3 Team USA teams are more than 200 over with 2 games to go. So I think all 3 definitely in contention here down the stretch with just a couple of games left. Although Tommy Jones started off Game 5 with a split. We got to remember, Team USA made the flip from the low end to the high end. We saw what happened to Marcelo Swartz yesterday. When he made that move, he was leading by quite a bit and made the turn for the last game and only shot 181.
one of our friends in the chat says, have a friend watching bowling that's never seen it before, and they've now seen this and they want to bowl in league. Thanks for helping spread the word. Thank you, bowl.com. Oh, hey, we're glad to introduce some new people to the sport and get you inspired to join a league in the fall, all the better. Certainly is something to aspire to. These are the best in the world. You don't have to be the best to be able to enjoy league bowling. We We understand there are some issues going on with the results on bowl.com. You don't need to keep reminding us in the chat. They're working on it.
Yeah, he's working on it, and we're bring you the update as quickly as we can after each game. I'm going to walk the concourse again here and see who else is bowling well. Try to take some notes. So just bear with me for a couple of minutes here. Venezuela plus 110. So they are more than 100 pins back of third. Got one of the Dominican teams here, Javier and Sevilan, are at plus 207. So I've only made it about 12 lanes, and I already see 4 teams that are 200 over or more, but I don't think there'll be very many more of them left. Colombia plus 199. That's Otalora and Gomez. They had a bad game last time, 190 and 195 for Colombia. Falcone and Cruz from Mexico are 112 over. Kind of looking for anybody who might be in that 200 range, though. Rodriguez and Perez from Puerto Rico, plus 153. Got Lozano and Reina of Costa Rica at plus 177. I've got George Lambert. And they're plus 230. So they had another big game last time around. So they're right up there in the mix as well. I believe it's Lambert and Lassard. So yeah, what I've got here, Jason, is USA plus 239. Again, trying to get back within range here of the home base. USA plus 239, Canada plus 230, USA plus 224, Dominican plus 207, USA plus 202, and Colombia plus 199. So you've got 6 teams all within about 40 pins of each other, and 3 of the 6 are USA. And we've got about a little less than 2 games to go. just getting the updated standings, the official, more official than me walking around standings. And it looks like what I had was pretty accurate. O'Neill Jones at plus 239. Lassard and Lambert at plus 230. Kent and Allen of the United States at plus 224. Javier and Sebilen at plus 207. Janowitz and Smith at plus 206. Otalora and Gomez plus 199. Lozano and Reina at plus 177. Rodriguez and Perez plus 153. So that is where we stand. There's 15 doubles teams at plus 100 or better. So it's going to be a real close finish here, I think, with, like I said, you've got 40 pins separating the top 6 teams with 2 games to go.
Lucas, does your sheet there have up through 4?
Yes, it does. That's what I just said.
Okay, great. Question in the chat about what time anticipate the women's squad starting.
We got about a game and a half to go. That's probably about 45 or 50 minutes of bowling, so we'll probably be done a little bit before noon. Takes about an hour and 40 minutes to oil, so we'll probably look about 1:30, about 2.5 hours from now, I would guess. Bill O'Neill front 5, by the way.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 1:30 Pacific, maybe 4:30 Eastern.
Patrick Allen is having a rough go of it this game, a couple of open frames. But Marshall Kent trying to hold him up. Marshall's got 3 in a row. Tommy Jones open spare 3-bagger and Bill O'Neill front 5, so they have the potential here at the halfway point of game 5 to bowl a big game and potentially pull away a little bit, but a long ways to go in this one. Janowitz and Smith also off to a real strong start. Six strikes in 8 attempts.
Thanks to John Phyllis, who shared our status on Facebook. John, appreciate your helping in the cause to draw more attention to great international bowling.
Got kind of lucky this game. 4 of the 6 doubles teams that are in the hunt are bowling virtually right next to each other. The 3, of course, USA teams, and then the Dominican right here with them as well for this game. And the Dominican struggling a bit. They've bowled 3.5 frames and no doubles yet. In fact, only 2 strikes for them. Bill O'Neill, you may hear the cheering here, now has the front 6. He's on lane 61. I don't know if you can see that, Jason, or not. Probably something you can see off in the distance, maybe, but we'll have to keep an eye on it.
It's not the best angle, but we'll try and take a look as the string progresses.
Well, the good news is that the United States will be directly in front of us for the last game.
So we should have a really exciting finish here. About halfway through Game 5, headed towards Game 6. 6 games total pinfall is the format for the medals here at the PABCON Championships. And we have several teams all bunched up to where just a couple of shots could make all the difference.
Tommy Jones just threw his 4th consecutive strike, so
Jones and O'Neill tandem really
yeah,
perhaps could put a little space between themselves and some of the other contenders heading into Game 6.
Well, they've now thrown 8 consecutive strikes as a doubles team. I'll tell you, the potential exists that the U.S. could finish 1-2-3 here today in the doubles event. That's very, very hard to do. The doubles event is pretty challenging to not only win, but medal in. And if one country could win all 3 medals, I'd have to check the records to see if that's ever happened before, but very difficult. Marshall Kent now has 5 strikes in a row.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but as there are,
I'm just saying it's a
several
possibility.
Teams, but they're all 3 teams are part of that pack.
Yeah, and all 3 U.S. teams are doing pretty well this game overall. Bill O'Neill is up, and he just threw his 7th consecutive strike to start this game. So this could be the game that puts O'Neill and Jones over the top if this trend continues. Of course, it will depend on what Canada is doing, because Canada was only 9 pins behind them, Lassard and Lambert. But it's hard for me to imagine that they are throwing as many strikes as O'Neill and Jones are right now. Again, 7 in a row for O'Neill. Tommy Jones, open spare 4-bagger here in Game 5. Tommy Jones just struck again. It's strikes across the board, 10 strikes in a row for O'Neill and Jones combined. Meanwhile, Janowitz 119 in the 5th with a strike in the 6th. Steve Smith 106 in the 5th with a strike in the 6th. They are bowling well. Marshall Kent and Patrick Allen, they are probably 3rd in terms of this game among the U.S. teams, only because Patrick Allen is struggling a bit. Marshall Kent bowling well. The Dominican team of Javier and Sedolan, they are struggling a bit here. They finally got a double. Their first double came in the 5th frame. Bill O'Neill on the approach. 8th frame. O'Neill 165 over so far today. A pretty nice total for him. Looks good. Snaps out that 10 for the front 8. We saw O'Neill and Jones both 546 earlier today. That was when Tommy shot 289, and now it's Bill O'Neill who is the one that has started with the long string of strikes. Tommy Jones will be setting up to go next. The Dominican finally getting something going. Both players now have doubles, so they're trying to hang in there. Maybe they spy the American striking off to their right. Tommy strikes again. That is now 12 strikes in a row for O'Neill and Jones. So the max score for O'Neill and Jones would be 569 this game if they both strike out. That would be a 300 for O'Neill and a 269 for Tommy Jones. Janowitz and Smith both working on doubles for Team USA as they are putting together a nice game as well. Bill has his bowling ball in his left hand and is ready to step on the approach. Getting a little air on his right hand. And he is ready to go here for the 9th frame. Oh, it's a pocket 710. Good shot, but a pocket 710, and I can tell you that the teams behind them breathe a sigh of relief after that one. Wow. Unbelievable break right there. Didn't look much different than the rest of them, to be honest with you. And that'll take your momentum and stop it in a hurry. Good news is they can still shoot a huge game. They can both still shoot 260.
Question in the chat on how the Costa Rican pair is doing, and they're at the other end of the center, I believe, which is why we haven't been able to give updates on them.
They made the turn, but I'll walk that direction right now and see if I can
just to
find them.
Give you a glance, you know, here's where we are behind lane 55, and there's competition going on a long ways down, so we're do our best to keep an eye on the contenders, but unfortunately the ones that are right now are on the low end of the center we have not been able to update well, so Lucas will look to try to get some more information.
I'm walking down there right now. I'm passing Columbia here, and it is not going well for the Colombians. They are falling out of contention here. They are they're at a pace to not even go plus this game for the 2nd consecutive game. Still heading down, trying to find Canada as well as Costa Rica. Okay, Costa Rica is bowling decent. Lozano has a max score of 217, and Rainia's max is 247. I'm sorry, Rainia's max is 277.
Wow.
As for Canada, let's see if we can get it up. Canada. It is not going as well for Canada this game. Lassard's max only 211. Lambert can still shoot 257, but they still have 2.5 frames to go. So they're a long way from that, but their max is only about 60 or 70 over. And if O'Neal and Jones finish it out and go 120 over for this game, they're going to pick up another 50 pins and have a 50 or 60 pin lead going into the last game at least. So now I'll head back down towards the high end to get the final scores for Team USA and the Dominican.
Good suggestion in the chat, Lucas. Somebody says we should get you some roller skates.
I need a Segway.
You'd be like a car hop.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many bowling bags around here. I'd probably kill myself. Looks like Bill O'Neal is going to shoot 256. He got the first one in the 10th and then left the 4-7. So he's going to shoot 256. And Tommy Jones struck again in the 9th. Well, 255 for Bill O'Neal. He chopped the spare. Tommy Jones can still shoot 269, so they're going to still have a pretty big game here. I think like 524 maybe. Marshall Kent is having a really big game, but the unfortunate thing is that Patrick Allen is not. Marshall can shoot 279, but Patrick can only get to 191 this game. Tommy Jones up in the 10th. Oh, he almost left a 7-10 split as well. Leaves just the 7. Wow, that would have been heartbreaking had Tommy left a 7-10 in the 10th. So they're going to shoot a little bit more than 100 over this game, which is quite honestly pretty huge. So minimum, I think they're going to have about a 40-pin lead on the field going into the last game. And it could be more. Janowitz and Smith are still putting together a pretty decent game down here. Smith's max is 256 and Janowitz can shoot 236, so they are doing well. Tommy made the spare. The Dominican, things not going well for Javier. He just opened in the 8th, Willie Javier. And he has 137 in the 8th frame. Rolando Cetelon has 158 in the 7th with a strike in the 8th. His max is 248, but they're going to lose some ground here. 276 for Marshall Kent.
Another split for Javier.
Yeah, he's in some trouble.
He's been bowling really well, but this last, he's pretty frustrated after those last couple shots.
Yeah, they kind of are in some trouble here and dropping out of medal contention potentially. May still have a chance to squeak in for a medal if they can bowl a big last game, but it's going to take a lot of work. O'Neal and Jones finished at 503 for that game, 255 and a 248. Considering that that is one of just a handful of 500 games today. I think it's only the 3rd 500 game of the day. So good time for it. Patrick Allen just doubled in the 10th. And so Allen and Kent are going to shoot .467 if Allen fills it with a strike. So O'Neill and Jones sit at plus 342. Marshall Kent and Patrick Allen plus 291. And still waiting for Janowitz and Smith to finish. Marshall Kent wants to say hello to Danielle. So hello, Danielle McEwen.
There's Marshall.
He's got a big smile on his face after shooting 276. I'd have a big smile on my face as well. He beat all the rest of his Team USA teammates that game. Tell you, Marshall's bowling good. 201 over today for 5 games. It's not bad. And the Dominicans with another split for an open, so they are fading fast. John Janowitz, 225, and Steve Smith can max out at 259. Sorry, 256 is Steve Smith's max score. As they try to stay in medal contention. Some people nervously pacing around down here from the Dominican Republic, trying to peek at the scores for Janowitz and Smith. Steve Smith just struck again. Steve Smith, I think, actually is going to have the highest individual total of all the Team USA members after this game. He's going to be about 240 over, I think, if he gets a couple more strikes. Steve strikes again. So again, 342 is the high that I've seen so far. That's O'Neill and Jones, 342 over. Kent and Allen at 291. Steve Smith fills it up in the 10th for 256. And they are at .287 over. So USA at 342, 291, and 287. Those are 3 really stellar totals at this juncture of the competition. And Steve Smith at plus 238 on the day. So you've got 3 of the 6 Team USA members at more than 200 over as individuals. And each one of them on a different doubles team. So I guess that's working out well so far for Team USA.
Well, and if you're tuning in to get to see Team USA, you'll like the positioning here in front of the cameras for the last game because they're going to be all on camera.
Yeah, we should get all 3 pairs, right?
Right.
That's great. Worked out perfect. We've gotten pretty lucky with our camera positioning so far this week. Had a look at the race for the gold medal in the men's and the women's singles yesterday. Just happened to be in front of us, and what are the odds in a 72 lane center that would happen?
Well, your challenge is going to be keeping an eye on what's happening with the other contenders. They may not necessarily be close, although I think Colombia will be pretty close, right?
So it sounds like Matt Lawson just gave me the update on Canada and Costa Rica. And Canada and Costa Rica both about the same, around 260 over. And so that means that it looks like the USA is probably 1-2-3 going into the last game, with Canada and Costa Rica right behind them, about 30 pins back or so of third. So it's going to be an interesting final game. I believe that Canada has made the turn. They have, down to the high end. So they will be making the turn and bowling down here not too far from us. So we'll be able to keep an eye on them. As for Costa Rica, I believe that they were down on the low end, and I'm not sure if they're making... I don't think they're making the turn. I think they're going the other direction. They may actually be close to our cameras that are in the 30s, if I'm not mistaken. I have to see. Not exactly sure which direction they're going here. I see it's pretty easy to spot Alejandro Reina because his head shines. That's the lights in the bowling center because he's got no hair. And so I spy him down there. And it looks like he might be in front of our cameras. Can you see, Jason, if Costa Rica's down there in front of our cameras on the 30s?
I'm not seeing them right now.
Can't see them yet. I think they're in the neighborhood.
Bill O'Neill's first shot. Game 6. Wasted no time.
Yeah, the Colombians kind of fell back a little bit. They're only at 150 over now, so they're virtually out of contention for a medal. And the Dominican, they finished at plus 174 after 5 games, so they are hurting as well.
All right, folks, so here we go. Game 6.
I think three big games by the 3 Team USA players would pretty much lock up the sweep at this stage. Although Steve Smith starts with an open frame. Well, it's nice to have the action right in front of us here because now I can actually sit down and put on the real headset, watch the action. Again, the medal ceremony for the singles event should be coming up next, unless they've changed their mind, which is always a possibility. Patrick Allen up here. Leaves the 3-9.
Janowitz.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit of time for things to settle in here in this last game, so we can see what the situation is going to be, but we'll have to wait for the standings to get passed out here so we can have an idea of what the situation is, but I feel pretty confident that the U.S. is first, second, and third, with Canada and Costa Rica fourth and fifth.
I think it's possible to adjust that fifth camera to be able to see Costa Rica down there, or not quite?
I can't hear you.
Is it possible to adjust that camera 5 to potentially get Costa Rica down there on the low end?
Sure, I can go check it out,
But
see if they're
just a
close
few
enough.
off. Might be.
Okay, I'll go
Worth a
check it
look.
out.
Back-to-back strikes for Marshall Kent. So we'll see if we can get an eye on Costa Rica, and that would give us at least 4 of the contenders on camera. It would only be Canada of what we believe are the top 5 that we wouldn't be able to see. Tommy Jones with 2 strikes to begin game 6. Steve Smith. Get the 7 pin out. Tommy Jones, front 3.
All right, Jason, we should have a look at Costa Rica on camera 5.
All right.
As they are in the third frame, Lozano with the front 3. They sit at plus 266. So they're about 20 pins back of the USA. I believe they're about 20 pins behind Janowitz and Smith.
So we may not be able to see scores from down there as it progresses, but if it gets close, Lucas can run down in that direction.
I think actually I can solve that problem because I'm going to take the other camera that's down here and point it at the scoreboard.
Well, how resourceful.
Haha. Every once in a while I have a good idea. And you should be able to see that scoreboard now, Jason. On camera 6.
All right, got that in preview, thank you. And Steve Smith, unfortunate carry, himself with an 8-10.
gonna head down and see what Canada's doing down here.
All right. So let's run down how things are starting for Team USA. Marshall Kent has front three. Patrick Allen went open strike. He is now up and does not carry the 7-pin. Tommy Jones getting ready to step onto the approach. Tommy has a front three. O'Neill has gone strike, spare. Janowitz has front three. Steve Smith, open, spare, open.
And standings are coming out. Let's take a look. Thank you. And the U.S. is indeed first, second, and third. Jones and O'Neill are in first at plus 342. Kent and Allen in second at plus 291. Janowitz and Smith plus 287.
Here's your perspective on Costa Rica. Spare covered.
Costa Rica is in fourth at plus 266. Canada is fifth at plus 256. And the next would be sixth place at plus 204. That is Hernandez and Colon of Puerto Rico.
Front four for Janowitz. There's Kent trying to do the same. 10-pin does not go down. Here's Rainier looking to double fourth frame. And he does. If you're just joining us, you're watching the men's doubles from the PABCON Championships. The sixth and final game as Tommy Jones gets robbed on a very nice shot. And that ends his string. He had front four. Steve Smith trying to get back on track. Gets the carry. Sixth and final game in his total pinfall that determines the medals.
I'm just kind of looking through all the past results from PABCON to see if anybody has ever swept the doubles medals, since that seems to be a possibility here. I'm not seeing any time that it has ever happened. Well, it happened in 1974. The United States won all three doubles medals in the 1974 American Zone Championships in Caracas, Venezuela. I think things are shaping up pretty good for O'Neill and Jones as we enter the back half of the final game. As Tommy just rolled the 2-pin for the strike. The teams that are behind them are their own countries. Countrymates, it's Kent and Allen, and they are bowling okay, but not great. And Janowitz and Smith. Smith has a couple of doubles, or a couple of opens this game, while Janowitz has the front 5. And then after that, the next closest doubles team would be Costa Rica, and they are 76 pins behind first. And Jason, if we can put camera 6 in preview. And it looks like Reina has 3 in a row and Lozano has a strike. They are bowling well early on here in this final game. So they are trying to make a push for a medal. Canada is a little bit outside of my range of vision, but they are still early on in this game. They had to make the move, so they got started a little behind everybody else.
Look at Reina. As Lucas mentioned, working on a 3-bagger. Making a good run.
Yeah. They are trying to make a push towards a medal. I don't think that they're going to get to the gold, but they certainly could potentially get to the silver or the bronze. Here's John Janowitz, who has the front 5.
Janowitz was so strong in the clutch game 6 yesterday in singles.
Double J loves the last game, doesn't he? Had the front 9 yesterday, the last game, to win the gold in the singles, and now he's got the front 6 trying to get that U.S. pairing to a medal.
Marshall Kent. Double for Marshall. There's no easing up here for any of these teams. Tommy Jones.
That's a double. O'Neill and Jones bowling great again this game. They've got 3 frames standing in their way of the gold medal here in the doubles event. Steve Smith looking for 3 in a row, and he got it. So he's turned it up a notch here after starting a little shaky this game. I tell you, if the U.S. is going to sweep the medals, Jason, let's go to camera 1. It's going to come down to Patrick Allen, because Patrick struggling a bit here, not finding any strikes out there. And if the U.S. is going to sweep the medals, it's going to come down to Patrick Allen having to turn it on at the end of this game. O'Neill is up now. Oh, it's a 4-9 split for O'Neill in the 8th. That may make things a little more interesting here down the stretch. Hard to say. I think that they're going to be the first doubles team to finish.
Strike for Lozano.
Costa Rica is still
3 in a row for him.
Yeah, and Reina has at least 4 in a row.
There's a look at the scoreboard for Costa Rica down the way. So Lozano just struck 4 in a row. Reina. So So we'll be keeping a close watch on them. Back over now to John Janowitz.
He's got the front 6. Double J. Gets another one. Front 7 for Janowitz as they are trying to stay in medal contention here.
Meanwhile, slow on the switch, but Rainier just struck again for Costa Rica. Marshall Kent struck as well.
And Patrick Allen needs to get something going, and he gets a strike there in the 7th. I mean, at this stage, I would say that Kent and Allen are the ones that are in jeopardy of being jumped over by the Costa Ricans. Trying to take a look at Canada down there, Lambert and Lassard. And maybe, Jason, if you can take camera 4 and zoom it in on that scoreboard down there. And it would be the scoreboard on...
What are you trying to see?
Steve Smith strikes. The scoreboard on 63. I'll tell you where. Keep going. Go one more to the right. That should be them right there. Looks like Lambert missed a spare. And so they are not doing poorly, but they're not doing fantastic either. I'm telling you, I think it's going to be pretty close for the bronze at least. It seems like Janowitz and Smith are starting to pull away here and try to get the silver. And potentially even the gold if O'Neill and Jones don't finish strong. And actually, I think that they definitely could pass O'Neill and Jones. And there is even a scenario here where Bill O'Neill and Tommy Jones could drop out of the medals. Could. I don't think it's unlikely, but it could happen.
Kent and Janowitz going at the same time.
Janowitz.
Neither strikes.
Yeah, Janowitz had the front 7 and left the 3-6-10 on that one. So that'll hurt them a little bit.
Peeking in back over at Costa Rica.
And they're still going pretty good, although Lozano just got an 8
in the
count.
8th frame. So he'll spare that up, and that'll give him 174 in the 7th. Again, if you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the PABCON Championships here from Sunset Station Hotel and Casino, being chased by Costa Rica and Canada.
Puerto Rico was about 80 back a third. They are, I don't see them. So they may be a wild card. We have no idea what they're doing. Yeah, Rainia's on fire. He's trying to will them to the medal here. And they've got a real good chance. Steve Smith needs to get his doubles pairing back on track here after Janowitz had the open.
Good shot. Question about the Canadians. They're too far away for us to see. It's the Canadian team that's in contention.
I don't see them stringing any strikes down there, though. And that's not good news.
Frame for Bill O'Neill. O'Neal can strike out for 216. Costa Rica, 9th frame for Lozano. Picks up the spare. He's got 192 in the 8th. Looks like Patrick Allen may be next. Patrick's up in the 9th frame, working on a double.
Yeah, it's a big shot here for him. Needs to get something here. Does not get it, leaves the 7.
Now over to Janowitz, 9th frame.
Gets the light mixer to go.
Janowitz still with a 265 max. O'Neal carries second shot in the 10th.
We're not going to know if they won the gold or not for a couple of minutes, I think. Costa Rica still bowling very well. It looks like they can shoot over.
Reina strikes again.
They could shoot about 520 this game, I think. If they shoot 520, they're going to be right there.
Costa Rica is not letting up.
And just to put it in perspective, O'Neal and Jones can max out this game at plus 72.
Strike first shot in the 10th for Marshall Kent.
So I think if Tommy can get a couple of strikes in the 10th, that should just about lock it up.
Big 9th frame here for Smith. Oh, gets fortunate with the carry. A light hit. Gets the job done. Keeps the string going. Sets things up for the 10th. O'Neal finishes off the 10th frame.
I really do think that the Costa Ricans are going to pass Kent and Allen, though.
Says there's a string going for one of the Dominican players close to a 300 down at the low end, or at the, but
don't know that we can see it. Do we know? Did he know what lane it was on? It may be on 62.
Looks like it. But as much as that's intriguing, that our attention needs to stay focused here on the medals that hang in the balance. Tommy Jones.
No, that's a great shot, and I think that may put them over the top. Maybe one more here. It's just so hard to tell.
You're watching Lozano now throw his second shot in the 10th. Struck on the first one and gets the carry. He is fired up.
That'll put him at 242 with a strike on the fill, and Reina can shoot 280. That would put them on 122 over.
Back now to Janowitz, first shot in the 10th. Working on a strike. 10 pin will not go. So now at 240s for Janowitz, assuming the conversion.
Marshall Kent finished at 247. Patrick Allen can max out at 205. So it definitely looks like the Costa Ricans will pass Kent and Allen. So I don't think that the U.S. is going to sweep. Disaster would have to strike for...
No shot there for Costa Rica.
Disaster would have to strike for Alejandro Reina in the 10th frame for anything to change in that regard.
Patrick Allen gets his first one in the 10th.
Final shot for Tommy Jones. It is a spare. They shoot 463. And I believe that they have shut out Costa Rica. by 17 pins. And let's do some math here. 45 and 45 is 90. That's for Janowitz and Smith. They can go 90 over this game. And if Rania doubles in the 10th, he would, I believe, get to silver for Costa Rica.
All right, so here we go. Rania on the approach in the 10th frame. You see the rest of his teammates watching. They know this is a big one. He's working on a string of strikes.
Yeah, this one's huge. This could get him to silver. Oh!
Slam 7.
The 710 was almost up, too, for a second there. So we'll have to see. I think now Steve Smith may need a double to get there. Let's see, 39, 59.
So these are, we're seeing the two matches that are hanging in the balance. Steve Smith now with his 10th frame shot.
I think he needs a
also
double.
with a string.
Needs a double to get the silver. Gets the first one. Canada is starting to string some strikes down there, Jason, and I can't see their scoreboard. They've got at least 4 in a row for Lassard and at least a double for Lambert. And they may not be out of the mix for a medal, and they're cheering down there. If we could get a scoreboard shot of their lane, that would be helpful. Okay, looks like 237, 247 max. So 484 is their max score.
Here's Rania's fill.
So
he
what
gets
was
all 10 with the fill.
Need to see their scoreboard. 501, okay.
Back to Steve Smith.
I think he needs the hit. I think he needs it.
Oh!
The 9 goes! And that, yeah, he needed that hit. He needs 1 pin on this shot. So it looks like it's going to go USA, USA, Costa Rica. Unless something crazy happened somewhere else and somebody shot a 600 or something. But
Canada does not have
I don't believe that Canada has enough left. No, I think their max was 484, and that would leave them about 27 pins short. All unofficial, of course. Steve Smith's final shot. We may see a little celebration here. He gets the strike on the fill. 490 final game for Smith and Janowitz. And that puts them 10 pins ahead of Costa Rica. So Steve Smith did indeed need the double. Yep.
Smith probably had no way of knowing what the exact situation was. Just knew it was going to be close and came through with a clutch shot. So we'll go over and keep an eye on Canada, although Lucas's unofficial math indicates that
yeah, they were 27 pins.
Too much work to do.
They were 27 pins off, even if they struck out. So
but a fantastic effort by Lambert there. So we hope that everybody has enjoyed watching this coverage of the men's doubles here at the PABCON Championships. Once again, another exciting finish.
Yeah,
we'll have the women's coming up this afternoon.
Based on my calculations, it's O'Neill and Jones for the United States with the gold. It is Janowitz and Smith for the USA with the silver. and Lozano and Reina with the bronze for Costa Rica. Let's take a look at their scoreboard, Jason, and see what they finished up with. I think they're one more over, Jason. To the left. Your other left. There you go. 237 and 247. So that would be plus 84. So, yeah, that's what I had them at. So, yeah, that's seems like our final medal positions. I believe the USA finishes first, second, and fourth. With Costa Rica in third and Canada in fifth. So Costa Rica slips in there for the medal, it appears. All unofficial. We still remember there's a very large bowling center, and there's a lot of people that are bowling here, and you never know when somebody's going to shoot a big game. But with all the big games from the teams that were in contention, I feel pretty confident. All of the top five shot at least 450 or higher. And it's hard to make up ground when the teams are shooting that high. But we should have the medal ceremony coming up in just a few minutes after they finish up. Marcelo Swartz going for a 290 game here. He's actually bowled pretty good today, 104 over. So we get him to 194 over if he strikes out. There's Marcelo. Yeah, he rings the 10 pin. That'll put him at 269. He closes it out. So I guess just hang tight, folks, and we'll have the medal ceremony for the singles event coming up here in just a few minutes. And then the women, they probably will start their doubles event, I would guess, in about an hour and a half or so. So probably about, let's say, 1:45 for the women's start time. 1:45 Pacific time. Actually, he's already oiling the lanes, so that may be 1:30. Looks like he's already gotten started on the low end of the bowling center, so maybe closer to a 1:30 start time for the women's doubles. We will step away, and we will wait for the medal ceremony of the singles event, so hang around.
Do you know if they're going to do the medals? I'll even play it for you.
Oh my goodness, they're doing right here.
You gotta commit to it though. If this what US wants you can do it, we can do it. Yeah. No.
Is the cameras on? That's why. Patrick Shipley. That's why. He's like, he's all like, look for them to be your lines.
have the attention, please, of all PABCON singles medalists. All those participating in the medal ceremony, can you please meet behind lane 71 and 72? Once again, all medalists, please meet behind lane 71 and 72.
We are about 2 minutes away from the start of the medal ceremony for the singles event, so please stand by. Coming up in about an hour or so will be the women's doubles event here on Bowl TV. They are gearing up for the medal ceremony right now, just a couple of minutes away from the start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Sunset Station, Strike Zone Hotel, Casino, and Bowling Center to the 2012 PABCON Singles Medal Ceremony. First, let's welcome our medalist in the women's singles competition. Please march on out to the podium. Presenting medals, representing Venezuela, Gerardi Trancones. First, our bronze medalist, representing Colombia, Paola Gomez. The silver medalist, representing the United States of America, Shannon Pluhowski. The gold medalist, representing Venezuela, Alicia Marcano. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you all rise for the playing of the national anthem for Venezuela. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your medalists for the men's singles competition of the 2012 PABCON Championships. Presenting the medals, representing the United States of America, Neil Stremmel. The bronze medalist, representing Brazil, Marcelo Schwartz. The silver medalist, representing Mexico, Andre Force. The gold medalist, representing the United States of America, John Janowitz. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you all rise for the playing of the national anthem of the United States of America. Congratulations to the medalists in the men's singles competition.